My bad. Had to sign into YouTube there. Okay. Let's go ahead and zoom in real quick. Let me fix this. And then I got to fix the lines next. Remember, start locking in all your puts. The first set I want you all to buy is, of course, the set I bought yesterday. And then this next set we're going to get is going to be probably $100 to $200. I might go for something $60 to $80 though, somewhere in the middle. And then after the $80 one, if we continue to just hover up here near the tops, we're just going to buy the 500 days out to 1,000 days out now. Because the prices are really cheap, actually. Let's go actually check them out right now. Yeah, 900-day contracts. They're actually still more expensive than they were before the market crashed in February. Actually, it's around the same price. So the market literally just erased that whole entire move right back down as we ran right back up. So I'm assuming that the next time we actually double or 3x here in terms of this contract's value, it's most likely only going to go up 50% here for the ones that are up 900 days out. We would have to get something in between 300 because I'm thinking the market's going to fall down to 340 on the SPY, 360. So if it really wants to collapse, it's going down to 300, which it might not occur until another year or two is what I'm thinking. Maybe we have another year and a half. Once we hit 2027, well, at the end of 2026, we'll know. That's for sure. Maybe even by the end of this year, we'll probably know when the market's truly going to crash down to the 300s. Because remember, you were supposed to crash to 480 last summer. You checked that box off now. You hit 480. You're right back up at the tops now. Meaning, of course, the SPY can run up to a new high. I'm right there with you. However, it's most likely going to collapse here for the next month to 2 months. And the third month, right around August to September, we're most likely going to get another run up. Remember, September is usually the worst month of the year, right? Last year, we had an idea. We were like, all right, what if this is one of the best months? What if this is a positive month? What if it takes us into a new high? And if I just take a look for you, this is what we're trying to do now. So look, last summer the market crashed almost the same time throughout the year. It only did $60 though. Now you crashed 120, 130, basically double this. Right now you're at the top, so you ran up already. Next is to fall to the midpoint that you just came from. So if I zoom out, the midpoint we just came from is 545. So this market's most likely going to fall down into the 560s first and hold. Which is why I want everybody here to have a 560 strike price to 580 strike price. You need to have a 560 to 580. If you want to be dangerous and you want to be a little bit more wild, try to time the perfect touch of the midpoint. Just like how it did it last year. Right? Again, measure it so you can understand what I'm saying. Go to the tops of here. Go to the bottom of right there. And as you can see, when the market hit the tops, it fell down to the midpoint, but it landed right on top of it. So it didn't hit it perfectly is what I'm saying. Which means The market might fall here, but you might not touch the perfect 545, 548 level. It might just stop at 552. Like right around, you could say here. So it's going to go from up here to down here. Once you hit down here, you're going to start viciously running right back up to the high. That's when I'm going to have you play the 600, play another 620, play another 680. Because if it turns out to be a similar trend like last year, when you got above that first area where you dropped out the sky from, how much did the market keep running? Look at this. That's 565, and it just kept running all the way up to 608, 609. So if you do the math, right, that's about another $60. Which is kind of funny because you fell 60, then you ran up 60, then you go up another 60, and then right here you literally just fell that whole entire amount, almost perfectly right back down. Of course, a little bit more. The total drop was around $130. Let me show you right now. I actually measured it with one of my other charts. Let's go check that chart real quick. Let's see where it's at. I believe it's this one, and then we go to... Let's see, where did I put it? You know where I put it? Over here. There you go. Okay, so look how much the market fell last summer. Around $50 evenly from the top. $50, $60 around there, right? You then... Actually, no, that's not last summer. This is last summer. There you go. I apologize. Let's go ahead and measure this real quick. 57. So yeah, $60. $57 you went down. You then ran right back up. $57. And then when you fell, it was about $26. About halfway, right? So we fell down over here, $130. And when you ran back up right now, you're basically near the top again. So you just ran up $130 again. You know, it's the funniest thing. If you take the speed in which the market fell out the sky and copy and paste it right next to each other, the SPY should have been able to hit that high around May 23rd. So all the news basically did here, and it's kind of funny, right? News usually speeds stuff up, but this time news compressed the market. That was when we were getting the Euro news with their tariffs. That's when we were getting more war information, more war headlines. The market just compacted itself and froze for a second. After those last couple exchanges, I'm talking about in the war, it seems like everything just cooled out. It just went right back down in terms of the momentum, which was pushing the market down because of the bad news and all the crazy stuff that was going on. So since we don't have that momentum that's pushing the market down no more, it's kind of like they just took off the weights from the market, and now it's just flying up to a new high. But again, it's not going to go that much higher. I can promise you that. Until you get above 613, you shouldn't be thinking about more upside. That's it. If you get above 613, all right. You're around $5 away from it. Let's do this. Let's play to 618, 624, 628, 632, 636, 644, 648. And how do I know all these levels so fast off the top of my head? It's because I have them all written down here. So if you don't have a chart that looks similar to this, ladies and gentlemen, just recognize I'm going to post a video today and show you how I went about creating it. I did it in the summer of last year, so it's not going to be hard for you to do it. It's probably going to take you like 20 minutes, if I had to say. All right, let me start organizing this stuff here. So this one is not what we need. This is the chart that we need here. This one right here. Okay. So, nope. This one. Oh, that's why I can't find it. There it is. When I zoom out here and I'm on the 4 hour, as you can see, I completed this chart last year, and you can see all the levels that the market's going to fall down to, all the levels the market's going to run up to. So the market's set to run up into 740, all the way up to 760. That's how much the SPY can now run, just because of how much you just dropped out the sky, right? So again, once we get above 613, we'll play to 618, 620s, 630s, then 640s, then 650s. And of course, the reason why these are targets is because the second it hits it for the first time, you're going to instantly buy the puts at these levels. That's pretty much it. So the second you first hit it, you buy puts. Let me take you down here and show you how effective it was. Start from the bottom. When you first ran up, you hit 510, or you first fell down into it, you fell through it, you landed right here near the bottom, which again, this is why we predicted the market falling out the sky. We made this chart about, you could say right here. So this is how long I've had this chart like this. Since over here. That's when I made it. And that's June of 2024. Reason why I had this, you know, as a specific area is because look at how it's at a certain specific high. It's basically the last high you ran up, you fell down from in 2021. All you did to the right side here was hold on top of it now and staircase. So technically, this is all very bullish. This doesn't show me the market wants to crash on the yearly yet. So that's what I'm saying. We probably have to wait another 6 months, and then we'll see if the market wants to crash out the sky here. For now, we're just looking at this thing retracing. That's it. Not a crash, a retracement. You ran from the bottom straight up to the top. We need to retrace down, hit somewhere around here, 560, 540, hold, and that's all you need to do. After that, you can run into the highs and possibly run into like 620 before you crash. Give it a month, then it'll run into 640, then it'll crash again. Give it another month, it'll run into the 660s, the 680s, and over here is where I'm thinking the big crash is going to happen. So this is where I'm going to lock in puts across the whole entire S&P 500 again. I'm talking about SPY, Apple, everything you get your hands on. It's a cheap price, a couple months out, because you could find stuff like that. Take, for example, the SQQQ. Those options are really cheap right now. And by the way, I don't know if anybody saw this, but yesterday when the market was running up and you ran up to 605, it also touched 588. So you already crashed $20 out the sky. And every time the market does this, look what happens. Let me show you. So look at these little wicks right here, where the market was basically doing just that. You didn't actually fall down this low. It was just random wicks, honestly. It was the weirdest thing in the world. Look at them. Let's check them. It was around the 560s and 580s. Where did it happen down here too? Let me check real quick. No, that looks real. That looks real. Let me go on the 15-minute. Yeah, there you go. Now I can tell now. Okay, so this is more so what I'm referring to right here. You see how it fell to 588 with one wick? Every single time it's done that recently. Let's go look for one right here. Look at this. 578. Market runs up into a new high. And as you can see, you start doing something a little bit more weird after hours. And this was after a week of you doing this probably 5-6 times, I believe. So if I go to the left here, you can see how you were doing it here. Right? But that time you crashed. So the point that I'm trying to make here is anytime you get that movement of the wick, just like that, very vicious, you tend to get a large move again the next couple of days. And as you can see, it kept going into a larger move, a larger move, a larger move, where now this wick is the largest wick we've ever seen so far. It's kind of like a fake candle, you could say, but it's still real. The reason why this actually looks like that is because in that moment, in that second, when the market actually opened up, there was so much volume going straight down in one direction that it pretty much controlled the whole board. So this is real, but at the same time, it balanced itself out so quickly, it just put it right back to where it was before. And then look at today so far. So if anybody bought puts, or if everybody listened to me in the morning and they've just been buying puts nonstop here, you are, let me go check SPY real quick. Yeah, you're up right now. Everybody in this Discord should be up right now. But you're not going to sell your options. Don't forget that. You're only going to sell these plays at 590, at 560, 580, and then 540, and you're gone. No more puts. If the market continues to fall, don't worry about it, because it's not supposed to fall right now. So technically, if it crashes below 540 and it wants to go to the 400s again, the 300s, we'll know, way ahead of time, and we'll be able to actually still play options. Because if you look at those 1,000-day options, they're too expensive. So yeah, I'm not going to have you all just dumping all your wealth into one contract. Even though that would be the best play right now, because of how much you just ran up and all the other hysteria, right? The other news. Let's go check Max Payne, by the way. Let's see where all the volume is. Let's see. Today's the 25th. As you can see, there's way more calls right now at 607, 21,000 open interest compared to puts. And right now we're at about 609. So you could say we're just escaping where all the puts are at. Over here is around 600. That's for tomorrow, by the way. So yeah, if this market just wants to zap down to all this volume here, you could fall down like $20 in a day, which is why we ended up getting a 14-day play first. Because if I told you all to get a 60-day play, if the market crashes, you're not going to make that much. You're only going to make like 50%, 100%. But if we can get a 14-day or 20-day option and we can make you go in the money, or at least have you almost go in the money, very close, you're, let's just say 20 strikes out. As long as we can get you around 5 strikes out from being in the money, you're going to be good. So that's the goal right now, because you could see all the volume. You don't got to pay attention to a word I'm saying. Just look at where all the volume is at. 590, 580, 570s, 575, 560. Exactly the levels that we're going to be playing for. Let's go all the way out to 2027. So 2027, as you can see, somebody's loading up on those puts there. Let's go to 2026. It's still pretty even. What day am I looking at? 6/18, 2026. Let's look at over here. 880. I wonder when he bought this option. They created. Wait, can I see that? Does it tell me the day? Let's see. We should break this website down a little bit more so we can actually track stuff down quicker. Because if I could see when he bought this, I could tell you what he's thinking right now. So if he bought this at 480, yeah, he's very smart for that. He's extremely smart for that, because he's going to be able to sell this out in the 600-700s. How much? Yeah, he doesn't have that much open interest. But those things are expensive, so I don't... Yeah, even for the end of 2025, look at that. But as you start slipping into mid-2025, yeah, these people are smart, very smart. Look at them. It's mostly puts here, which is exactly what we're thinking. Yeah, look at this. Every single month is all puts. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play puts going into August. And then, yeah, we'll start focusing on the calls once you hit around August, almost September. Once you hit the midpoint, doesn't really matter. When you hit it, I'm not going to give you a time because anything is random. And all we have to do is just wait. Just keep buying puts at the top. That's it. Make sure they're not 0 days unless I give you the call out to play a 0 day. If I don't give it to you, don't play 0 days. 14 days, 16 days, and try to buy it at the top. Try to buy at least one right now. That's it. Just buy one. If you really don't think the market's going to fall, just at least buy one. Because that's going to be your protection and your insurance. Let me give you an example. If you waste $60 right here for the downside, we just had to make back $60. So what we're going to do is we're going to play a 5, 10 day, 15 day play, but not right now. We can't play no more 5 days no more, at least just because of where you're at. The only contracts you could play right now are going to be 0 days above 609 or monthly puts. 0 day calls above 609 or monthly puts. That's all you should be playing right now. Alrighty. I think we went over everything that was important. Make sure you post your entries inside of the Leap channel so I can see who's actually getting into the trades. Again, I don't care how much contracts you buy. Just at least buy one, post it in that chat, and then we'll go from there. Until we get above 609, again, you're just waiting. And yeah, you'll buy a put at maybe 609. Maybe you'll buy a put at 611. Anywhere above 613, we're playing calls straight to 618. At that point, you could play a 5 day option. So at 618, or no, sorry, at 613, once you get above that, you can play a 5 day option to run up into a new high. That's exactly how you're supposed to play the highs, by the way. So that's how I'm going to have you trade in about, you could say 2 months from here, a month and a half. It's just going to be 5 to 10 day calls whenever we fall down. We're then going to play 0 day puts all the time. And until we get to the next 640, 660 level, then we're going to play the yearly puts again. So again, we're playing yearly puts right now. But if it runs up higher, we're going to buy more yearly puts around 640 to 660. That's it. So that's your whole entire year planned out for you right here in the last, 20 minutes of us going over it. That's everything you're going to need to do. I mean, not for the next year. I would say for the next, let's just say 6 months. Then now everything is all planned. So if you want, you could just replay this video. It's always going to be here. I'm going to keep this one here because, of course, this is us predicting continuously every single week. And yeah, I kind of want you guys to be able to understand how we do it because it's pretty simple. You're just looking at the structure of the market. That's all. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. This was one of my favorite lines here, by the way. Every single time you would hit this, you would run up. So we kept playing calls on this line right there. We played calls here, played calls here. We played calls here and then averaged down. And it ran up to the top. Then we played puts up here. That was when we had the greatest gain I've ever had. Which was, I was up 5,000% on just one option overnight. So that was my greatest gain ever. It was because of those puts we bought up here at the top, and then you just gapped down next couple days. But this trend was better because you had no pullback. You only had a little bigger one right there, a little tiny one there, and then a giant one right there. If you look at our current data, you had a big pullback right here, tiny ones. Then it's kind of a little bit bigger. Not as big as this one, I would say. Actually, let's measure it just so I'm correct. Or just so I can see if I'm correct or not. Yeah, so that's correct. Which means if I measure this here, let me go ahead and measure this. That's a certain size. And then let's measure this one. That's about that big. And let's compare them. So it's about a little bit over the halfway point in terms of size. So it's almost the same thing, right? But it's a little bit less than the halfway point or than the top point. So if we then take the next box and I measure the trends here, we're going to compare these boxes. And as you can see how funny that is? See how it's almost perfectly going off of the last week? It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So I'm assuming this next up and down trend here that we're going to have is going to be gigantic. It's probably going to be just like how it was over here, which is kind of funny, right? Because look, if you measure this, these little boxes right here, look at this. That's the size of it. Then go ahead and measure the next box, which is about right here. And then measure the top box, which is about right here. compare them, it's a little bit beneath the halfway point. So let's go look at this drop over here. This is a little bit bigger than the halfway point. So let me show you that again. That's one size. So how this should have played out in my mind is this should have been here. If the market was trying to trend the same way it's trending right now, this would be the same thing as right now, right? So look, you have a bigger box. This is aggressive flow. It's really bullish. But the funniest thing is that in a really bullish market, if you just pay attention to any downtrend you have, it always kind of explains the next downtrend. So you see how it's kind of like weird? It's kind of like backwards. Like this one should be here, or this one should be up here, not down here. So yeah, sometimes the market does do that where it's not, it's like it's trying to be even and it's trying to do a certain trend, but it just does it later on or skips around and does it improperly. The point that I'm trying to make here is after you get this shutdown, is this box the same size as this? No. Instead, the next box would be this big here. And if you take the first box we had, which is this big, and of course you place it here, it's kind of weird, but it always ends up matching in a certain way, shape, and form. And it ends up being very similar. I know it's a little off right now in terms of the size, but you don't really need to do anything with the boxes. The one thing I want you to do with these boxes is just simply use them to see when the market's tightening up. See when the flow is dying a little bit. Take, for example, right here. When you were falling out the sky, the reason why I told everybody to buy calls here was because if you measure it from the top, that's the first downtrend, and then it runs up to here, and then that's the next downtrend right here. Then it runs up to here, right? If you keep making these boxes and you add prices to them, what you're going to find is that usually when a market first drops, depending on the drop that you have at the top, it kind of explains how the whole entire drops are going to work with it in correlation with it. Again, let me say that again. Depending on the first drop, when you have a very bullish market like this, the next drops after, or the bottom when it stops, is going to be an exact depiction from the top. So you see how we fall out the sky on Monday? If you look over here to the left, when you fall out the sky, it is on Tuesday or Thursday. So then go over here to the right. When you fall out the sky, it's on Friday. So now you're falling out the sky again. Thursday, Monday, Friday. But there's no correlation here yet, right? So we were trying to find the correlation. If you look over here, when does the market crash? Friday. As soon as we got this crash right here on Friday, we were just like, wait a second. You know, that's very close to over here. It's kind of off over here. But if you crashed on Friday here, and you crash right back down to the midpoint, if you run up again, we're just going to buy puts on Thursday and Friday, which is what we did. And we played the drop out the sky again. And guess what? The next Friday, which was over here, I'm pretty sure you can guess what we did. We played the puts again. We kept doing this because that's how markets trend. But the one thing I want you to be very attentive to is the fact, look at how big it dropped. So when you compare these two, it's smaller. So just because of that, I knew this drop on Friday was going to be way smaller. So that's why I told everybody we're not going to get that far out in terms of strike prices. We're going to play like 603, 602. And when I looked at my phone, I believe we were up like 200-300% when I was at the airport. And then we sold it. We sold it, we took our gain, we ran. And then next Friday, we did the same thing, but what happened? No crash. So it's kind of funny. And then I ended up coming back from the trip around here. And then right on this day right here, I told everybody at 12 a.m. before the market even opened up, I told them, all right, it looks like you might drop out the sky. And not just drop, you might just collapse right back down to this next level. Like the 590s, just like how you did over here again. But you might even go down further than that. So I was just like, all right, I think now is the time for monthly and yearly puts. So I told everybody to buy puts here, right? And if you want to fact check me real quick, let me go ahead and take you to my server, my Discord server, and let's go show you me timing this. Is Discord still crashed on my screen? It doesn't let me press nothing. I think I crashed Discord. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm going to reopen Discord right now. Let me just end the task real quick. I have no idea what just happened. Now I'm getting everybody's messages. Alright, give it 1 second. Alrighty, I'm back. Let me go ahead and share my screen for you guys. Okay, so we're back here. So let's go to the Prodigy tier. Also, don't look at that. Nobody saw the Tesla thing. That's the next thing I got to give you. Go, 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 go. Right here. So, look when I posted this note. It was, when I hover on top, it says Friday, February 21st at 12 a.m. in the morning. And does it say I ever edited the messages? It does not. Just like how this message right here says edited. You see how it says EDITED right there? You can't remove that. So this is how you could tell I never even touched the message after I sent it in the first place. And if you look at the market, after February 21st, where did you go? You literally dropped into limbo. It was absurd. It was really weird, but we did it, you know? And then we started playing calls here and here, and we lost all the value on those calls because we were trying to hold for it to run up higher. They did go up like 200-300%, but we ended up losing all the calls here because we wanted this to pop up to at least the 580s or the 600s. But no, yeah, the market just kept collapsing, and then where did it go? It went right back down to 480, which again is the top of 2022. That's the reason why we were thinking it was going to fall down to there, was just because it needs to staircase. Take, for example, here, when a market runs up, it falls down, and what does it do? It staircases, right? This is not that proper, though. This is why I thought it was going to fall down to here, because it's kind of like in the middle of space and time, so it doesn't really look good. And that's the thing you have to understand is it looking good is actually an exact depiction upon its patterns that it's making. If the patterns it's making are not consistent with one another, it means you're not done with that move, that trend. Because once the patterns start being consistent with the trend, with, you know, previous time in history or that month, that week, then you start seeing the trends change and massively start to go in the other direction. Kind of like how you got this movement here. When we were playing in the summer of last year, after you had ran out the top. So this is what we're going to do next, right? This is what the market's going to look like when we're trading in maybe a month, maybe 2 months from here. I'm going to have you all play calls on top of 613. Last time it ran from 564 to 575, 574. That means once we run up to 624, I'm going to have you all play puts, couple strikes out, and then I'm going to have you sell those puts, buy the calls again, and then it's going to run into a new high, this time maybe 630, 634. We're going to play the puts again, just like how we did last year, and then crazier things should start to occur. It should start getting faster and weirder and more unpredictable. So we at least have these 2 months right here, and by the way, these are still my best months in history. These months were actually better than the first month I ever started. We were taking $5, $10 accounts into 1,000 within 2-3 days. Just because the SPY was perfectly following the flow. Because it was kind of like checkmate for us, you know? You just did a crazy move here. Now the market needs to go a little bit slower, needs to compact itself, it needs to do something a little bit more consistent in terms of a pattern and a trend. And it did that here. Like, look where you fell right here. 585, 586. Look where you fell down here. 574, 576. Look where you fell down here. 564, 565. Right next to 566. Just like over here. So you keep crashing from the same numbers. Even over here. 601. Look at the way top. 609. It was a little weird. It was a little bit uneven. And then you got the 613, which is still uneven. However, it's right next to 614. Remember, 1489, 1489. That's the psychological levels that this market follows. 1489. You're always crashing or running up into a number. It's a 1489. Or you're going to fall down. Look down here. What does the market stop falling? 508, right? Look over here. What does the market stop falling? 594, right? Look over here. What does the market run up to? 525, right? It's really weird, but it does this almost every time. Look over here. 409, right? Right next to 409, literally. Look over here. Right next to 458. 1489, 1489, I'm telling you. So right now we're at an 8. We're at a 7. This could be the peak. However, we just ran from a 1. So I'm thinking we'll at least hit 611 maybe. Just because we just ran from a 1. We might stop at, again, 1489. So if we're at an 8 or a 9, I could see the market collapsing from one of those numbers there. So maybe that's the reason why the SPY is not just shutting out the sky. You know, just like shutting down. Because maybe it wants to hit that 9 right above us. So yeah, don't panic. Like I told you, keep buying the puts every time you run up. Look, second time it worked out again. The flow is going to start to change in terms of the monthly, which means the dailies now. Because if you look at monthly flow, it's never going to be the same as your weekly flow. You tend to get like monthly green, weekly red, daily green. Like the daily flow looks green, the weekly flow looks red, the monthly flow looks, let's just say, green. You always get that change, and it always looks like that. But what's going to happen here is it's going to be like everything is red. The daily is going to be red. The weekly is then going to turn red. Then the monthly is going to then turn red. And when all three have occurred, weekly, monthly, and yearly, that's when the market's going to switch right back up into a positive, greenish, bullish flow. It needs to change, and then you need to wait for it to change. Let it hit the wire. Let the contracts pull the market into that direction. And then once it starts slowing down and compressing, that's when you know there's going to be a big move. So the market just doing this right here just tells me, yeah, there's going to be a really big move soon. So I'm telling you, I just load up on these puts. A couple weeks out, I still have my 14-day output. And at any point that I want, I'm probably just going to go ahead and buy another one. Not the same 14-day put, but I'm going to go ahead and buy a put for like 590 a couple of days out. Once we start crashing though, because I want to be in the flow, you know? That's also one of the hardest ways to trade a market, by the way, is to trade it while it's collapsing. Like you average into it. Like imagine buying something for 60, it hits 120, and you buy another one. And then it hits 160, and then you buy another one. And then it hits 300, then you get rid of everything. You can do that. It's just very hard to trade a market like that. Usually, the only way you're actually successful when you do that is when you actually have a good amount of capital. When you have like 20,000 and you're only using like 500-600, that's the best way to trade. You're always going to make the most money. Like I can guarantee you, if every single one of you, doesn't matter how much capital you have, if you just use $100 to $50, get your account to 5,000, which doesn't take a long time. Don't get it twisted. If you want me to actually show you how long it takes you, just look at my screen. You could say most of the students here, they're making about 30% a day. So 30% a day for just, let's just say 20 days in total, which is about a month of time. You would turn that into 20,000. But people are not going to believe that. They don't believe that, you know. They don't believe we're that good. They don't believe we're robots like that. So let's just say we give them a realistic percentage, right? 25, 24. But people still might not believe that. That's still really high, right? And that's the craziest part about this. You know that? You can get a small gain. It's just what most people's problem is when they get a gain, they throw in the whole entire amount back in and lose it all. Or lose half of it. If you just trade, make money, and you leave, you run away. Like today, if all you have made 20%, listen to this and just leave. That's it. Lock in your leaps. Don't look at your phone no more. Go enjoy your day, enjoy your family. Start planning for when this market drops out the sky, how you're going to play it, what you're going to do. If you don't know, it just simply means you're sitting on your hands still. That's all. And don't feel mad about that. It's okay. It happens. At least you have somebody there telling you that, though, to kind of wake you up a little bit. Make sure you do your notes every day. Make sure every single time you're buying and selling, you're just writing it down. You need to write it down. I know you might not want to, but just write it down, please, because you'll see how it helps you. Because 100% you're going to be like, wait a second. An idea that I had in August of last year is performing itself right now. There's no way. Or you're going to be like, my idea from last week, if I would have had 5 more days to it, I would have been good. Well, then there you go. You just need time. You just solve the issues, your patterns of consistent mistakes. It's going to be in your notes. So you not doing notes just tells me you don't want to improve. That's all it does. So again, notes. If you need help with notes, go ahead and join the Discord. Go to the top of the channel. Read the notes that I have. You'll see how to do it. You're supposed to do it 3 times a day. I'll even put it on the screen right now to help everybody. Let's go to the notes. Let's give this a second. I have no idea what's wrong with my computer right now. Let's go close some stuff out. Let's see, is that going to help you? What's wrong with you? My GPU, why is my GPU being used so much? All right, let's close some stuff. What can I close? You know what I could close? Damn Google tabs. I don't know why Google wastes so much computer memory. Let's go here. Let's close this. Let's close. What is this? I don't need this. Close this. What is this? 24-hour fitness Costco price? Okay. Let's close this. Let's close that. Let's close Twitter. Let's close this. All right. Does it work now? There you go. So yeah, I'm just stressing my computer out. I apologize. You don't want to know how much tabs I have open, by the way. It's over 300. It's like 400 tabs. Just keep going to the top. Look at AC. Just been slicing and dicing those notes. I wish the old member that we had in this Discord, Prime, I wish he stuck to what he was supposed to do. I miss Prime, not gonna lie to y'all. He was younger than me, and he was able to see stuff in a way where every single day I would have a conversation with him. It would just be like, we're like learning off of each other. We're getting so much better. It was like you're improving so quickly, it doesn't feel real. Especially when you're improving with a student that you're teaching, and it's both causing you to improve. Like, that environment is so fun. I can't express it. So look, this is how you're supposed to take notes. You're supposed to do this every single day, right? Before the market opens, read it, please. That's why I was kind of confused when you guys told me you didn't know when to do notes. I mean, it says it. Before the market, afternoon, and then if you're losing. So before the market, afternoon, and if you're losing. That's it. That's all you have to do. That right there is going to cause you to have a consistent layer of progression where you're always going to be able to level up every single day. You're not going to get caught sitting on your hands 3 weeks later, and I'm going to be like, what are you doing? You have $1,000. You should be at 5,000 right now. Do you need help? You need me to show you how to do it? You can't just do nothing and let time pass. Unless you're trying to take it slow. But again, how slow are you trying to take this journey here? When I could show you how to take 1,000 to 5K within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Even if we do it real slow and we take the whole month, that's okay. 5,000 is usually how much people make in a whole entire month. So as long as we hit some certain type of number where it's realistic for you to live with, you know what I mean? Like if you make 6,000 this month, boom, you're set. As long as you find what that number is, I could take you to it. And it doesn't matter how much money you have starting. You can have $25, $75. Just know you might lose the first trade. It might not be good. So if it's not good, just recognize you might have to put another $25 in. Sometimes it doesn't go your way. Sometimes the 0 days is just, the flow is not there. The opposite side is not kicking itself in. It's kind of like being held down and consolidating and real annoying and real slow, and you know what I mean? But that's okay. one thing I want you all to do here is start planning. Doing your notes every day, plan, and when you need help, please speak up. Everybody here has a problem with speaking up. I kid you not. So don't feel bad. It's all right. I have the same problem when I need help. I usually don't ask people for help. Usually. I just make myself suffer. So I understand why you guys do that, because literally I do that every single day. So I'm not blaming you. It's okay. It happens. But just understand your progression is completely dictated due to this. That's it. And I'm going to make it better today. So I'll make it easier for you guys to read. I'll put less words here. Condense it a little bit. And then I'm going to post it on Patreon again. And that's all. And by the way, if you scroll down a little bit, you have your daily trading checklist. Look for the first $3 move up on down at SPY. Look for wedges, 7 days, 90 days, and then 90 to 360 days. Take a picture of this if you can. Look at the 200 moving average and note if the price action has been above it or below it the last 5 to 10 days, 14 days. So all these different things that I'm telling you to do, it kind of shows you how to predict the market. Because look at this. You had a gap up. You didn't touch the 200 moving average on the 5 minute. So we automatically know that because of my daily trading checklist, today we're most likely going to touch the 200. And if you hold below it, you might just collapse out the sky. You could hold on it though and bounce up to another high though. It's kind of what I want to see. But yeah, everybody, make sure you're doing your notes. Make sure you're completing everything as asked. I'm not asking for much. So yeah. And when you need help, say something. Speak up. Text me on my phone. You say, hey, Silo, should I buy this right now? Should I buy that right now? Remember, this is the last group of people. I've had over 200 people that I've taught, and I brought down the numbers to only 30 people. So from 200 straight down to only 30 people. You guys are the last kind of top ranking individuals here. So it's time for you to now take that status, take your level, take the success and the knowledge you've gained from me over these last couple months and years, and take it to the next level. Don't hold yourself back. You should be worth $1 million. You should be worth 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, whatever number you want. You should have any house in any country. You should have any healthcare. You should not have to worry. So stop worrying. Change your life now. Take that leap of faith and start planning. Let's do it. And you got me right behind you every step of the way. So whenever you need help, just ask. All right. We talked enough about that. You guys get the point. Notes. Yeah, that's all. Oh my God, look at Tesla. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. You just lost all that value from robo-taxis. That's absurd. That's crazy. I didn't think it would lose it that quick. There we go, everybody. We were place 6. Now we're 3006. Let's go take a picture of that. Now it's time for me to catch up to everybody in the competition. Make sure you've been paper trading, by the way. There's a paper trading competition and winner gets $2,000. So I want to see if you guys could compete with me now. Make it real fun, you know? Because if you can get 2,000, guess what? That's a free computer right there. So for those of you who don't have a computer, for those of you who need to actually change your life right now, and anything you can get, you need, enter that competition. Who knows? Maybe I might help you out in a certain way. If you enter into the competition and you're in the top 10, maybe I might even have my own prize pool for you guys. Because like I said, I don't really care about the capital. When you're at a certain level and you achieve a certain amount of knowledge, it becomes so easy that there's no value gained from this no more. Currently, right now, the only value that I gain in life is actually teaching. Trading doesn't mean nothing to me no more. Because you just get to that, that level where it's just boring. It's like watching the same show all the time. You know? So, again, you guys make me really happy when you succeed here, and that's all I want. That's all I'm aiming to see. So whatever I could do to get you there, let's do it. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. So again, just do your notes. The only thing I've ever asked any single one of you here to do is just notes. That's it. And then when we have one-on-ones, we put whatever charts you need from mine onto yours. If you guys think asking for notes is too much, it kind of explains the level in which you operate at, which is not a bad thing, but you know what I mean? It's like talking when you shouldn't talk. It's like you just confess to everybody that you have no idea what you're doing. Or kind of like no idea as to what you're saying. So yeah, it's just better not to talk when you shouldn't talk. And by the way, I'm not talking to nobody in the Discord. Somebody on the YouTube comments said something so funny. I don't know why people say that, like I asked for too much. I can see why in one lens, because you don't have anybody else on YouTube down your back trying to help you out as much as I am. But no, it's just always so confusing to me. I'm not too sure why people say that, honestly. But it's okay. It's all good, brother, man. Level up whenever you can, whenever you see fit. If you don't like the way people kind of operate, teach, and do things, no, yeah, just do whatever makes you happy. It's none of my business, like I said. Teaching makes me happy, so yeah. Whatever can make me the best teacher and make me kind of have the most condensed, simplistic form of explaining stuff, that's all I want. Take you to that next level. Come on now. For Tesla, what we're going to do here is we're going to wait for it to drop down to 311, because 311 is your giant midpoint. So once you do that, we'll see if we can go long here again. For now, we're just going to give this a second and wait. Just let this slow down for a second here. Let's see, what other companies do we have? Intel, we were looking at that yesterday. For Intel, I'm still waiting for this thing to crash here so that we could potentially get some more longs at $20, maybe even $18. That's what I'm thinking right now. So again, maybe $20, $18. We might go long again on Intel. For now, we're just going to give this a second. For Unity, you little. So yeah, it did hit the 200 just like we thought it would. You hit the 200, you held that 22, bounced right back up, straight into the sky. So we could play puts going back down to the 200 on Unity now. The only thing is that's going to be a little more dangerous than normal, you know? So maybe we skip it. Next play, Circle. The Circle plays, again, we went short right here for a nice little drop. You ran all the way up to the tippity top, $300, $299, and then you fell right back down to 200 flat. So once we kind of see the next run up, wherever that's going to lie at, we're then going to see if we're going to go long or short on Circle. We're just going to still leave it alone, but it looks like it is giving up its momentum here, which is perfect. US oil, again, you fell down to the next midpoint. We simply just averaged down here. I kind of made a mistake last time we got into the oil play. When we got into the oil play, I had basically thought this said January. It says June. January is over here. Way over here. Look at this. That's April. Where's January? Where is January? January is up here. So what I'm trying to basically see the pattern of is when Trump got into office, I wanted to see how oil prices were affected. And, you know, with the war and everything. So with tariffs, you got this crazy... But it wasn't even tariffs, you would say. I got to see when he announced tariffs in the first place. When was the first report with tariffs? When was the first report with tariffs? Not that far back. It just gave me the complete history. Why would it do that? All right, so let's see. First report of tariffs. No, not the first report. First report from Trump. First report from Trump was... All right, let's try 2024. Let's try to get even more specific. In 2024. How about in 2024? Give it a second. So regarding 2024, if you're asking about reports, um, so he already talked about tariffs during his 2024 campaign. Let me see. Can you give me the exact days? Give me the exact days. Let's see it. Can you give me the exact days? Because with this, then we can kind of get a better idea with oil. November 24th and then April 2nd. So November 24th, 25th. Let's go ahead and look at the oil chart now. November 24th. October, November 22nd, 24th. You got a reaction, but it wasn't that large, honestly. I would say there had to be something that happened around the 16th. We got to break it down. We got to figure out why this peaked over here, because if I could figure out why this peaked, we can figure out where it's going to peak next if it wants to run up higher. And for what reason? Because if it was just, normal tariff stuff, I don't understand why. I never done the research on oil, because oil is something we started to trade last month. So this move down here was just so weird to me. Because if you look at palladium, if you look at silver, they all had a similar move where like they were just losing all their value. By the way, we're trading everything. Futures, palladium, gold, options, Forex. Like, for example, if I go to my Euro chart, we went long right down here at that blue line right there. You can see the long right there. So we went long here. And then we pretty much sold it all right here, just in case if it was going to fall right back down. But you're holding on top of it. So right now we're short. We sold it, and then we're short right now. If you run up above this little quarter point, we're just going to sell out for a loss. Right now we're down about $2, $3. So once you run up here, we're just going to sell out. And then go long again to run up to this higher point. And this is just the same way I chart SPY. By the way, you see how it falls out this box here? Like, you see how you've made this trend from down here, right here, and this high? That means everything after this point is basically you seeing if the market's going to be losing its momentum. And you see how it falls out the box? So, of course, what that tells you is it's going to start potentially going further out the box down here now. And if you look at this chart here, compare the distance outside of the line, which is, again, momentum. It's a trend. If you take it up here and you put it to the lowest point, you see how the market is starting to drop below this line much greater than it is over here. Well, what's going to happen, or what's going to cause, a giant shutdown, is basically you just falling under this line again. So that's why we went short here. So it's the same thing, USD CAD. I gotta fix these charts though, because some of the charts I had to erase them. We're getting off topic though, so let's go back to the main topic here, which is options. It is harder to trade options than it is to trade Forex. So if I could show you all how to trade Forex, options, futures all at the same time while being profitable, that right there is so much condensed information of you learning it. You start leveling up very quickly, more than normal, because your success in this market is completely depicted upon your losses. The more losses you can have, or the more testing, you don't really have to have losses. Most people, they don't paper trade, so they just eventually have to go through all those losses on their own account. But if you paper trade, because the markets are very similar in terms of the buys and fills, it's not completely, just straight up exactly the same. But it's so similar that if you're buying weekly options when you paper trade, or when you buy on your actual account, you can actually gain a lot of experience that way. So remember, your experience here is very important, because it completely highlights the ability for you to trade profitably. It's only through more experience. So whatever gives you the most amount of experience technically makes you one of the best traders. Technically. Because it's very similar across the board for any name, any ticker, any sector, any investment. as long as it has a chart, of course. Like for instance, if you give me a real estate chart of homes and prices, and we could literally play with the prices of homes in terms of a shutdown or in terms of a run up with just the charts. We'll know that. Like for example, if I show you the wood chart, we have a chart here on wood. Let's go to it real quick. Wood and steel. Where is it? Wood and steel. I think steel was X, or was wood X? I already forgot. Let's check. Steel and wood. Steel and wood. Oh, I know what it's on my other account. That's what it is. Yep. Just give me 1 second. I'm like, where's the bunny? She's been way too quiet. You better not be jumping on my bed. Okay, semiconductors, no. Why are you running to me right now? There it is, X. So if you go to X, let's go ahead and go to the weekly chart. Let's see, did I delete it? I might have deleted it. How about wood? Did I delete wood? Or I probably put it on a different chart. So wood we did. I guess I must have deleted steel by an accident. So look, if you look at the price of wood, just me using this low, and this high up here, you gain a trajectory, you gain a speed. At the same time, if you turn your head to the right and you look at it the other way, you have another metric of patterns. Same idea, same concepts, which makes it easy to trade and easy to understand. But the point is, when a market trends, it's always going to be scattered. It's always going to be chaotic. So you just have to find the patterns that reside here. So like you see how you fell down here? I would wait for this to fall down to the yellow, if not maybe down here. And then once you fall into here, I would be buying calls for it to yank up above the line again. Maybe then play puts down to here. Maybe play calls up to here again. Kind of following this trend over here. Because every time it pops below the yellow line, it kind of massively runs above it. But over here, you didn't really massively run above it. You kind of just ran above it a little bit. So technically, if you run above it again, let me delete all these arrows. If the market falls, it would probably look something like this here. You know what I mean? And then you could probably start seeing the change in directions on the yearly and on the weekly going into that next new high. Just like how when it hit this bottom, it started running up into that high right there perfectly. So this is how I basically chart the market. You do this 5-6 times for every stock, and you can always almost perfectly guess it every time because you're looking at it accurately from different lenses, different sides. Turn your head to the left, that direction. Turn your head to the right, that direction. And you know what makes this even better? I think most of you already know what it is that would make this better. And it's, simply just measuring the whole entire box. You measure the whole entire box like that. And then boom, you have the last piece of the puzzle here. And look, you see my lines? You see I perfectly went on top of that middle line without me even having to draw it in the first place. That's what makes it awesome when you get to that higher level of charting. You don't really need to have all this stuff on the screen because you can kind of already see it. So yeah. Market's most likely going to fall to the midpoint and hold and then run up. You almost hit it over here. But yeah, I just couldn't cut it. So the next thing I want to do is kind of highlight the success we had here in the past month to 2 months. We went from only trading the SPY, only trading Forex, and that's pretty much it. We weren't really trading anything else. In February, we started trading more swing plays, more leap plays. We're going to go back to the SPY right now, by the way. The SPY is moving very slow, so I thought it would be a good time for us to catch up on all of the different things that we've done throughout the last 6 months. It's kind of like a good placeholder right now, 6 months in. And in February, we started trading a bunch of other names, a bunch of swing plays. So we were doing SPY with swing plays. And then we started to get a little bit more serious with Forex in February. In March, we completed all the charts on the S&P 500. We finished the future charts. We fixed it all up. We made all the classes. We completed all the classes that we've needed to do for the last year. And we did it all in a month. That was on March. And in April, we focused on small accounts, taking $5, $10, $20 accounts into 100, 1,000, whatever we could within a week or 2 weeks. And then in April, then on April 21st, we started the $1 million account challenge. In May, we basically continued it and we started a few more challenges. And then in June, we basically went back to the drawing board. We removed everybody from the Discord, at least those that weren't motivated enough to get taken to that next level, because they just kept repeating the same patterns from last year. So a lot of those people, they just kept repeating the same patterns. They weren't really listening to a single thing I had to say. And the reason why I know that is because we had a few members that didn't work a job. You know, they didn't have a job. And that was the scariest thing in the world, because now we had people in here who didn't have a job, which means if they're not making money within a week to 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they're going to have to cancel my Discord just because the subscription is so high. But that's perfect, because the subscription being high causes you to kind of, you know, put in more work than normal. That's the one thing I've noticed. It really makes you look at it and be like, you know, do I really need this? Is he really helping me? And that's what I love, because it places us at a level where we're both always being held to our performance. And that's it. The performance is performance. Was there guidance? Was there help? Was there words that, you know, could level them up? Yes. The only thing is they didn't really want it. So until they do want it, they know where I'm at. I didn't block them or nothing. They could join whenever they want. It's just they're going to now have to go through a whole different process. So, because, you know, they're amazing. These are good people. I have nothing bad to say about nobody. Truly. It's just to say that they just need a little bit more of a push. So hopefully, since they can't be in the Discord 24/7, they're going to have that extra push to then join the Discord, because we're just dominating this thing. And yeah, that's kind of where we're currently at. That was your little catch up of the whole entire year. Everything we learned, why we were forcing ourselves to learn it. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. By the way, in June, we started trading futures and we started trading gold. The only thing we haven't traded yet, honestly, that I want to get my hands kind of more knowledgeable with is crypto. I want to get more knowledgeable with crypto. What else? I think I want to do, because we already did the S&P 500. The whole entire S&P is done already. Maybe we do the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's only 2,000 stocks, so it would take us probably another 3 months to finish it. But then after that, yeah, we're almost at the end of the road, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost at the end of the road, and I can't wait. This is awesome. Truly, this is awesome. We just got to do futures, a few more charts in futures, a few more Forex pairs, like Canadian currencies and British pound, more Japanese trades. That would be fun as well. We'll definitely learn a lot from that. What else can we do here? I think that's it. So that's pretty much all. We just now need to go into futures. We just now need to go into a little bit of the Forex names and then just keep loading up on swing plays for the options. Just keep swing playing it. When something is oversold, we buy into it, make sure it has good news, make sure something's properly happening with it, or bad news. Because sometimes if a company gets hit with bad news and we know that company's profitable, or if that company's probably just going to get over that court filing, what happens is it just runs right back up into the highs again, just like SMCI. So all we have to do is really find names for options that are like SMCI, where we could just continuously go long on them, and then check back a month later, and then boom, we're up 200, 100%, just like with the SPY options every single month, right? When we were buying the SPY options at 480, which was the complete bottom, a lot of you were up around 600%, 400%, 300%. And that's perfect. That's really all you want. Every 3 months, 4 months, a double or a triple. That's pretty good, honestly. But yeah, that's the goal right now. And then, of course, the other goal, which is the primary goal, is the $1 million account challenge. So that's kind of what we're really doing right now. That's what I want you all to really be focused on. And the way you do that is you just start with $50 to $100. You start trading off the 4th reversal points. So of course, since today never hit number 4 at the top, or since today never hit number 4 at the bottom, of course you're waiting to trade on your $1 million account. Let me take you for a little trip back to yesterday. So you hit number 4 around here, 607, and then right now the next day, of course, you're right up here. So if you bought those puts yesterday at 607, a 5-day put, you're just waiting for this to fall down to 606 here. So once again, if you bought the puts, let's just say right here at 607.40, wait for 606 or 605, and then you could sell your puts from yesterday, the 5 days. Because remember, that's all you look for when you play a 5-day put from the previous day. If I take you back down to here, if you got let's just say a 5-day put right here, you would have sold it just because of how much it went up. That's literally a drop of $7 out the sky. And where does the market hit before it runs back into the sky? You see how funny that is? It hits number 4 again. So if you were holding these calls, most likely you would have sold this again this day. And you buying a put up here is kind of up to your own want, I guess. It's whatever you want, really. But since you had a crazy play right back down and a crazy play right back up, you wanted to wait in this scenario. We only played 0 days at this point. Obviously, the market didn't really drop out the sky here. So again, we're just waiting for that last bit of confirmation so that we can actually play these puts on the 5-day again and on the 1-day. For now, it's just 0-day calls, monthly puts. Once you get below 604, 605, we're going to continue to play the puts down here, going straight down even further. If you can't fall down to 605, what we're going to do is we're just going to play calls going above 613. So that's it, everybody. That's like your full A to Z plan right now, plus what we're going to do going into the future here in terms of what we need to learn that would make us get a little bit better with trading. Because remember, you learning something from the Forex market and taking it into the stock market actually is one of the easiest ways to get better. Forex is definitely easier to trade than stocks. Forex is definitely easier to trade than options. The only thing that makes Forex difficult is the fact that all the money in the world is in Forex. You have $7 trillion a day that's being transacted in Forex, versus with options, it's only around $1 trillion. Like 800 billion to $1 trillion is usually what gets transacted into the stock market in terms of volume. Forex is easily 7 times that. So that's the only thing that makes it a little difficult to understand, is because when you make a move, it tends to be a really big move. With options, however, with just a small little move, you can, achieve a ridiculous amount of profit. Take, for example, when we played those puts in January, we only have $5 in those put plays. The next day we opened up and they were all at $200. Of course, we were in the money, and that was the reason why. But it wasn't random for us to be in the money. We knew what was in range already, It was just a matter of if it was going to happen by that time or if it was going to take another 2-3 weeks. So that was the awesome part. Such as even right now, right? Every single time we ran up to the top, if you played puts consistently, 20%, 20%, 20%. And remember, that was something I told you at 9:30. Does everybody see how it's still working right now? Even till now. So, yeah, we're just going to wait. We're going to give this a second. Everybody in the Discord has been doing phenomenal, truly. The only thing that I want from all of you is notes. So let's go take a look at the notes today and see who did theirs. Excellent, Will. You have the reversal points. You got everything listed. The only thing I need you to do is, let me actually read this first before I say anything. Let me see. So calls above the purple, 607 to the next zone. And then calls from the third or fourth for puts. Puts at the bottom of the purple to purple, if not further down. And then get another set of puts. Yep, awesome. That's what's up. And then third and fourth reversal point from the top. Consolidation, we either go back and forth between 607 and 604 or 607 and 611. Excellent, Will. Meech, you said for the upside. Calls around the purple zone, just like Will. Excellent. See how you guys have the same or similar kind of wording? Like your price action levels, the levels that you're wanting this to run into is very similar to each other. Let's check fishes. For fish, he got, okay, it's time to take off work at home. Use the info from the supply and demand zones, reversal points, 200 moving average, VWAP. Don't play too far out, strike price, unless $20 or less in the account, or match with silo plays. Excellent. That's perfect right there, fish. What was the downside? What failed? Life. Got some work to do at home. I love that. There we go, fish. How much total did you lose today? You're up $93 realized. And then your paper spy put is way down. You're still holding the puts on the paper account. Excellent. You feel okay? There we go. 28% call on the SPY. That was your best play. Tomorrow's plans. Use the charts the best I can to keep in mind the recent high levels and then lows from the past few days as follows. Look at the calls up to 613 or puts down to 589, then 585. Yep. Use yesterday's movement. Wedge box also for 1/4 points. Excellent. Maybe one play before 11:30. And then try to wait until 2:30 for a small account trade. Excellent. Excellent. And then you say SPY looks strong, but it can turn anytime. Excellent. So you already know. You're prepared for this to drop out the sky. You already know. That's the only thing I care about. And then we got Coinaries. This looks crazy. This looks like a smaller DARP. So I'm assuming he's doing like a smaller DARP for the ranges. For yesterday's range, it looks like that's what he measured. And yeah, he just went wild right there. That looks really nice. You said daily DARP. Oh, so you use the daily DARP. There we go. I didn't even know you guys still use that. That was something I taught you guys like one time, one class. And I think who else used to use it? Mikey used to use it. Mikey used to use the daily DARP. And that was it. He was the only person. So that's pretty awesome, Culinary. And then we got Johan. Trading plan 606 to 608. And then reversal point 2 to 4. Excellent. Short-term plays. 0-day cheap. Excellent. That was awesome. And then looking for calls above 607 to 611. Longer term, 5 to 10 days. Excellent. $180. Yep. Looking for calls at 602. If it holds for reversal point, 5 to 15 day. Options for calls 90 to 180 days. Or 90 to $180. Sorry. For puts, 604 to 603. Use reversal point 2 to 4. Short term. See how he just flipped it for the puts? Excellent. He made it simple and sweet for himself. And then continue to play puts from 602 to 599. Excellent. And then look for puts at 608. Okay, so perfect. So he went a little bit lower with that one, and then went a little bit higher with this one here. So at 608, around the fourth reversal point, he's gonna get 3 to 5 day $90 to $180 puts. So yeah, that right there, I think that's everybody's notes. Oh, we have AC's notes from last night. Let's go ahead and read this too. Puts below 602, 5 to 7 days out. Calls above 603, 5 to 7 days out. Excellent, AC. How much you're down? Today you're up 16. This month you're up 306. This year you're down $226. Excellent, AC. You're about to be massively profitable here. Just got to keep what's called staying in that flow, you know. Just keep writing the notes. Keep playing it accordingly. Use supply and demand zones. And then that's pretty much all. And then we have Sherman looking for calls above 607 to 609. Remember, everybody's talking about the same 607, 609, 604, 605, 60. Actually, no. Sherman, you have something different. You have 605 and 603. So that's a little bit different from everybody else. And then you have 603 to 601 instead of 599 like everybody else. So you're playing even shorter than them. You're playing even safer than everybody else. That's what I'm able to see here. So yeah, as long as you listen to your trading plans now, everybody, I think you're going to have a really good day today. Those are some really good notes, by the way. Whenever you guys do your notes, just make sure you let me know so I can go through it. So go ahead and post it, tag me in the notes channel, and then I'll instantly review it. So we don't forget about it, you know, because it's very important for me to go over it. Of course, there's stuff that I want you all to improve. But first, for right now, let me explain how it looks nice, it looks good, in your own varied ways. So now it's just about you making your notes better and easier for you to understand and everybody else here to understand. Because remember, if you read each other's notes, that's like basically, it's like having 100 silos here now. We literally have 100 silos in the Discord. And again, I don't mean to say that to be narcissistic and to be, you know what I mean, weird. But I'm saying that in a way where it's like the knowledge you have now is the same knowledge as me and greater. Most of you have already achieved my level of knowledge. It's just you putting it in your notes and you being consistent with it. That's the only thing that really changes your consistency here, is the repetition. You just got to repeat everything, repeat it, and then boom. Within a month to 2 months, you kind of master it. Other than that, everybody, because SPY's moving still so slow, all we're going to do from here on out is now start to make our trading plan for the rest of the S&P 500. Because we're good with SPY. We know what SPY is going to do. We have the plan down packed. Once you hit the 4th or the 5th reversal point, that's when we're going to trade with our $1 million account. So if you never do it today, it just means that today was never a day where we should have played with it in the first place. So yeah, you're just paper trading right now and then trading with extra profit from yesterday. If you have some extra profit, you could use it. If you make profit, the next trade, I want you to only put half of that capital inside of it. So if I use $100 my first trade, my next trade, I'm only going to use $50. And then my next trade after that is only going to be $20. And then my next trade after that is only going to be $5. So we'll wait. We'll give it just a second here. Alrighty. This is excellent. So Tesla looks like it's slowing down now. You hit, what did you hit? So you fell from 340 straight down to 320. That was such an awesome little idea that just unfolded right there. We don't have any Tesla plays for the put side, but that right there, yeah, that was awesome. Let's check our other Tesla chart for a second. Let's see where I actually ended up. Oh, yeah, so you just literally fell down to the midpoint. All right. And it's so funny, but look at this. When you ran up pre-market, look at how you perfectly run up to this quarter point here. So that was awesome, too. So if Tesla keeps dropping, you're most likely going to fall to 298. 298, 297. If we manage to fall to there, again, we're going to go long right around here. By the way, the BABA trade is going up even higher now. So BABA is now above our break-even price. We bought it at 113. Right now you're at 115. So for BABA, we're just going to wait till 130, 150, and then we're going to sell out of this play. Remember, BABA is a Chinese company, so it's very dangerous right now because of all the stuff that's going on politically. However, I think we got this. I think this should play out accordingly here. This is mostly a test, so that's why the BABA trade, we're doing it on the other paper account. We have basically $1 million inside of BABA. So if this trade ends up going bad, again, we're going to have to wipe the whole entire account and reset it. And if I have to do that, you already know what that means. That means now I had to go into my notes and I had to write that down. I had a trade. It was a test trade for BABA. It didn't go my way. One trade, whole entire account, we lost it. Write it down. What was the reason? How I could have played it better? Was I profitable at one point? Was I up 5%, 10%? Like right now for the Baba trade, we're up $20,000. But since it's $1 million we're using, it's not that much capital, technically. So like technically we're only up 1%, but we're up 23,000. So once we go up like 50%, 40%, we should be up like, I don't know, like 4 to 900K. Just depends on what percentage we get here. So we're just going to leave this alone. On the competition account, our goal now is for every single one of you to be in the top 50. And then if you manage to actually break through the top 10, we're going to try to see if we can have some fun little things here. Like for all the people who finish in the top 10, I'll give you a whole month off free. If you can hit top 10, again, I'm going to give you the whole entire month free. So go ahead and hit the top 10 now. Now you have a reason to. Plus, they're going to give you money too. So that's going to be more money on top. And then if you reach number 1, they're going to give you $2,000. So that could be a good amount for a nice PC, right? If not like a phone or a tablet, whatever you need to trade. But again, you have to be in the top 10. And by the way, this is only for those that are already in my Discord. This doesn't revolve around anybody else. I'm just saying. Only those that are currently here doing the work that I ask them to every single day. No matter how annoying I get. No matter how, loud I get with it. You guys are still here. Still in the back. Still understanding where I'm coming from. And again, I have an immense amount of love for you all. It's insane. It's literally as great, if not greater than my family in terms of the love I have for every single one of you here. So, yeah, let's do this. Let's rock and roll as a team, as a unit. Let's get to the top together. And that's the only thing I really have to say, honestly. Let's do this. All right, anything else we have to look at here? Finally, MSTR. Finally. There we go. Now we're gaining some value back. We're going to wait for MSTR. Actually, when does our contracts expire? On the 27th. When's the 27th? Oh, my goodness. That's not good. Oh, God. We only have 2 days left. We might have to just get out this play and buy into a whole different play. Remember, the MSTR play is a test. We don't normally trade crypto names. So whenever you see us trade a name, it's usually not normal. For instance, Forex is no longer something we need to test. Tesla is no longer something we need to test. Intel, we're still testing. What else are we testing? SPY, we no longer need a test. What else? I was looking at NVIDIA for a second. I was like, what the hell happened here? This thing is now at 150. It could have done it here, 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 here. But now you want to do it? Remember, now's the time to get puts on NVIDIA. Look at where my arrow is. If you guys want to start opening up those positions now, you can. So as you can see, now is when I wanted you to actually get the puts on NVIDIA. So now we start loading up. Let's first buy one for $20. So let's go look at them. Hopefully this ends up panning out just like December and January, where we were trading NVIDIA and SPY together in correlation with each other. And we were waking up 1,000% up, 500% up some days, just because of those trends back then. Like this trend right here, where you see my golden arrow. We ended up putting only $30 here, and we sold each one for $670. Again, from $30 to $670, we had 2 of them, so we made around $1,400 from $60. And it was just us knowing that you were at this yellow line, so we just want to use the fall to this yellow line. It ended up falling way lower, as you can see, and it ended up falling towards the bottom. So then we just went ahead and sold everything. We sold it, I believe, at the opening price at $700. I think they went up to like $900 each, but we already sold it, got our percent. We were good. We were gone. We then played calls over here. What we did, there was a mistake though, because it was a mistake playing the calls here. And the reason why I said it was a mistake is because we were buying 140 strike prices, which were up here. So we were trying to get this to break out and then basically touch the red circle, or the pink circle, sorry. And yeah, it kind of didn't pan out that way, honestly. It only went to 120. So what that told me is, all right, so the next time it falls, since we made a mistake here and we played too far, the next time we're going to do a trade on NVIDIA, we're going to do a 5-day, 11-day, 17-day, and then a 90-day to 30-day. So we're going to have 4 plays on at the same time. Of course, we're not going to buy it the same day. That doesn't make sense. So like, for instance, today you would buy the most expensive one. You would buy the one for like $100, $90, or you buy the cheapest one, which is $20, $10. You don't buy the middle one yet. The middle one you're only going to buy in like 5 days or 10 days when the market consolidates up here. So if it consolidates up here, because usually NVIDIA consolidates before it drops, over here you consolidate just a tiny bit. Over here is more consolidation. This is like really good. Over here, some really good consolidation over here at the tops. And remember, you're running up and consolidating, then you drop. So you don't just ever fall out the sky in one go, in one try, unless you're at a certain point that you're not supposed to be at. Which, the market definitely ran up here very quickly. So in my opinion, you're not supposed to be up here. This is way too aggressive. So we're gonna have to probably fall out the sky very quickly. If it doesn't happen, 5 days later, we buy another put 30 days out, and then we just sit on it. Just give it some time. I want to sell these puts at around 130. So I'm thinking you're going to fall down to at least 130. So any strike price below 130, you might have a problem with. You might not get that much value. But if you could just make sure that it's within 130 and 140, now you all could start playing this. And remember how we said we could have played puts on Unity going back down to the 200, but we're just going to sit on the sidelines and see how it goes. Look at how perfect that is. You hold on to 200, you run up. Why are you scratching me? Ah! Why are your damn nails so sharp? You just clawed me to try to get on the chair. Okay, so we were saying the market was going to hold on to 200 on Unity, and then it was going to bounce up. And then up here, we were saying we should get some puts. That's the idea. Again, we're sitting on the sidelines because we want to actually see if it's going to work out. This is kind of like paper trading, but not really trading at all. It's kind of like you just look at the chart, be like, all right, it's just going to do that. And then we keep coming back to it to see if it actually does it. So we don't have to waste some capital on this. What else should we look at? Let's just stick to NVIDIA for a second here. Let's look at these puts before I start going crazy again. Once I get started, I'm telling ya, it's like an engine. I can't stop looking at charts. It's just company after company after company. And I'm sorry about the other day, by the way, because we were looking at like basically around 200 companies, I think on Monday. So I know that was a little much. Okay, so I'm looking at puts for NVIDIA. Let's look at 16 days out. Let's see how much they cost for 130. A 130 put 16 days out is only $28. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm about to buy this right now. 130. Let's see. Can we get a better strike? What if you get a 135 for this one right here? Yeah, at 135. How much is these? 135 is 44. Maybe we do a 135. We buy like 3 of them for $40 each. That's $120, $125 with fees, maybe. We could do that. What do you guys think? What do you guys think we should do with NVIDIA? Let me hear what you had to say, because these are the top traders in the world. So what do the top traders in the world think? Let's see. Let's go down to the voice chat. You guys want to go even cheaper? We could probably go even cheaper if you want. Maybe we, instead of choosing a 16-day put, we choose an 8-day put, and then we buy A 135 8-day put is only $18. So we could just keep doing this every 9 days until market falls. We could do that. Take the robotic approach. Usually this is how I trade Tesla, by the way. Is every other week. So you could say every 2-3 weeks, we automatically buy an option, no matter where it's at, for a completion of whatever trend is currently performing. So whatever trend it's stuck on, if I traded on Monday on the 1st of June, the next time I'm going to trade is on the 18th and on the 20th. Just automatically buy a contract. There's a certain amount of strikes out that cost a certain price. That kind of thing, you know? And the reason why I started doing that is because a lot of people in the Discord, they don't have $400, $600, $700, $800 extra that they could just throw into the market. So until they have that extra capital, I'm going to try to work with everybody. So whatever amount of money you have, just let me know. Text it to me. Write it to me on Discord. And I'll be able to actually help you grow that better. Because not everybody here has the same amount of money. So I can't give you all the same trades technically. So again, what do you guys think for the Nvidia trade? You said for your Intel play is finally profitable. Glad you stayed. Excellent. I think you have one more day of time on those Intel plays. We could take a look at it. For me, I just wanted a 30%, 40% gain. So I got my gain yesterday. Hopped out. Now I'm just waiting for it to go back down. Just like how I did it last time. Last time was crazy. This time was crazy too. You guys know that, right? The contracts were like $10 over here. And then up here for Intel, the contracts went to, I think, $60, $70. So they literally, both times that you popped up this much, they went up around 700%. So that was wild. So if we could just buy down here somewhere towards the 200 again. The only problem is, you see how you created this nice little wedge to the upside? If it falls down, you're going to hit King's Point. King's Point is right down here. So you're going to end up falling this far down. That's why I kind of don't want to let everybody else keep getting into Intel plays right now. I kind of want to just let you get into a 6-month or a 10-month, or just wait for it to actually crash down to here. $18, $19. Might even fall to 18 again. If it falls to 18 again, I'm just letting you know. I'm going to give you the okay to put around 1,000 to 5,000 each. So this is kind of the best part of trading. You know, when you have a job, the one thing that sucks is you have to always abide by the way they want you to progress. Meaning, of course, every so often you get this person that is, you know, kind of in that job or in that profession, and they could do a really good job at it. Like, they shine more than others, you know? The problem with that is, it doesn't matter if you shine more than others. Usually most job sites will allow you to, of course, impede on the workflow and make it better if you can bring it to a person who's willing to listen. But again, that's just like a whole issue in itself, dealing with that. With the stock market, it's like it only works depending on your motivation. Because if you're motivated, you can go through 100 to 200 names that are oversold, that are at really good buying points, and you could just put in $100 to $50 into its option, and every single time be selling it out for 50, 100%, maybe 200%, maybe 300%, maybe 1,000%. And if you're just buying these plays whenever they fall out the sky, of course, not just any random play. There are some companies around the world who just continuously go down nonstop. So those are the companies we're not going to involve ourselves in. It has to be on the S&P 500. That's one of your ways of understanding if the company that you're watching is a good company. It just has to be listed on the S&P 500 at least. Anything else is just extra. Nobody cares about the NASDAQ that much, really. Nobody cares about the Dow Jones. People mostly just care about the stocks listed on the S&P 500. So as long as you could just focus on those, eventually one out of those 500 companies, you're going to find something that's always at the bottom. Take, for example, if I just randomly go through all of these semiconductor plays. Let's just go through it for a second. And look, I already found one. So Atom, ATOM, is massively oversold at $4 or $5. In January, you were at $17. Why? I'm not too sure. Now we would look at the news real quick. So go here. Let's go to news. And again, I'm going to do this real quick. So exchanges engaged in stock transactions. Executives sell shares to cover tax obligations. Insider sold shares worth 342K. Mixed shelf of up to 100 million. You know what? Let's see if ChatGPT can actually help us here. Let's use ChatGPT, even though it's kind of stupid. It's not really AI. We all talked about this already. AI is not really AI, if you haven't been able to tell. It's just a more advanced search engine. That's all ChatGPT is. When you have AI, you'll be able to ask it a question, and it's going to give you pretty much an intelligent, conscious answer. Okay, so look at all the news for ATOM and tell me why you think it's this oversold. Downcline in its market value, prompting discussions about whether or not it's oversold. Okay, so on June 8th, Adam's price plummeted 74% within 24 hours. Wait a second, I didn't even see that. On June 18th. What, that was recently? June 18th, what the hell was that? Where is ChatGPT? There it is. So, on June 8th, oh no, so June 8th. So on June 8th, let's go check the chart real quick. June 8th. Am I crazy or is this crazy? Is it giving me the wrong days? Maybe it's looking at the wrong stock. What is the... Let me go here. Let me just copy this instead. Okay, recent performance as of June 28th, 25th. It was trading at 506 with an intraday high of 526. Okay, so that's good. This looks more realistic. So it's talking about RSI and moving average. I don't care about that. Financial performance in Q1 reported a net loss of 5 million compared to a loss of 4 million. Approximately 18% of the company's float is shorts, indicating bearish sentiment among investors. Okay, so now with just that information right there, watch this. Go over here. Go to Max Payne. And let's look at where all the options are at for the next couple months here. I had a feeling. Look at this. Yeah. Somebody knows. Looks like somebody's going long already. Across the board, look at this. Way more calls and puts. So that right there tells me this might be a really good play here. Next thing I would want to do now is let's close all this stuff now. Let's go back to the chart. Last thing to do here is make a chart. We go to the day chart. Let's go here. Let's find where the low is. Where is the low? There you go. Nope, that's not the ultimate low. It's right down here. Excellent. Excellent, ladies and gentlemen. So now we have the whole entire range all nice and boxed up. Next thing you're going to do here is, again, slice and dice it up again. From the midpoint, go down to here. Now you have a quarter point, right? Because if there's a line in the middle of a box, technically that's the halfway point. If you cut that up again, technically you now have a new halfway point, which is the 1/4 point. And then, of course, if you cut it up again, that's the 1/8 point. That's what we're looking for right now. And as you can see, you pretty much hit the 1/8 point and got sold off. So now if this thing runs up again, speaking from experience of me seeing this happen before, this thing really does look like it's going to blow up. It really does look like you're going to at least jump to $8, $7, maybe even over here to 11 and 13. So the first thing I would have everybody play an option for is for you to run to $7. You would then buy another option next week, and your strike price is going to be around 13, but this is going to be much further, 6 months out. Because remember, you were at the high in December and in January. So that was 6 months ago. It took you to fall from this level to this level down here. So you probably need at least 6 months on your contracts, realistically. That's literally how you could time it. Just take the DARP like this. It took you how long to get to the bottom? It took you 88 days. So automatically you can make the assumption that if this is going to run to the midpoint, it's going to take it about 44 days. So go here and go to 44. So did it run back up to that point in 44 days? No. It actually did almost half of that. So this is really compressing here. You're not even wanting to hit a midpoint. You're hitting the quarter point, and it's sufficing the price action and the momentum. All right, so there you go, everybody. Just like that. You see how I just found literally the first company I looked at oversold like crazy. Think about it. If you do this 20 times every single day, within a week or 2 weeks, you're going to have so many different plays that you could just hop into once it's at that low that you're never going to need to look at a chart. You're never going to need to do technicals no more. You're never going to have to really do anything no more. Of course, any random report could come out and could shut down a stock and kill it, bankrupt it. So that's really the only thing you're paying attention to, is the random news that's going to hit the wire with that company. Because you're just waiting for that certain report that takes it to the level that you think it's going to go to in the first place with the technicals. Usually there's a report that goes with it. It kind of ties hand in hand with each other. And yeah, that's really all. All right, so as you can see right here, the one thing we need to do is just watch out for these companies. Because if TSM is at the top, if AVGO is at the top, if NVIDIA is at the top, Marvel, you're at the bottom. A-Labs, you're kind of at the midpoint. So if you keep falling right here, the next level you're going to want to hit is 63, or you're going to run up to 119. Since it's on the 200 right now, I would say go look at how it used to react on the 200 before. You go above it, you then shut down massively below it. So yeah, you might fall down massively below this red line and fall somewhere down here. So I would just leave my alert right down here. And that's it. Go to the next company. MU looks like it's at the high. So I don't like this because half the semiconductor names are at the high. The other half are at the middle or the low. So these names right here, I probably, honestly, if I'm being real with everybody, just because of NVIDIA, I probably would stay away from semiconductors right now. Truly, unless you're playing like, Atom, which is so low, it's the options are not that cheap, are not that expensive. You could find something cheap and with time. That's the most important thing. Cheap and with time. So the next thing we could do is just go through the rest of the names. But again, I'm not going to do that all right now. We're just going to go back to SPY before I give everybody a headache here. And we're going to see if SPY looks like it's going to crash here. But yeah, that's literally how I look at companies. Just look at the news, ask ChatGPT. And if you want, you can go more in depth. Look at their balance sheet. Look at their profit. Look at their PE ratio. Look at all these different things. It takes you less than, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, if you know how to find it. And then you can make your assumption, or you can make your decision as to whether or not this is something that's proper to buy. Technicals is always the last thing. Do the technicals always last? First, you have to figure out if this is something decent that you should trade in the first place. Which, of course, it is dependent on just the news, data, board, and that's really all. So yeah, look at SPY. So as long as everybody's been listening to what I've been telling them to do with SPY, are you guys profitable? Are you guys making some good money here with some 0 days? Or are you guys waiting for the 0 days? What are you guys thinking over there? Are you buying the puts every single time you run up to the highs? I forgot about NVIDIA. See, I knew it. I knew I was going to do that. Yeah, so I think we play puts on NVIDIA. I think we'll play puts on NVIDIA. We'll buy a cheap one here. If not, we could buy it tomorrow. Worst comes to worst. Let some of the value just kill itself. And then, yeah, we'll just do that for NVIDIA tomorrow. But in terms of your SPY trades, how have those been going, everybody? Everybody who's in the Discord, let me know. Great success or no great success? By the way, of course, if you're playing puts, the one thing you're going to be using is supply and demand zones, right? Watching the purple, paying very close attention to it. Once you go below it, it's pretty much a bigger put level that you can enter into. It's just watch out because you might hold in between the purple and the blue line. That golden pocket serious. Alrighty. Oh, I forgot to take a picture of this. Oh no, I did take a picture of this. Okay, we're good. Take one more, just in case. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our little break here. If you're playing calls right now on the 200, you simply want to play calls for this to bounce up into 608. You got that, everybody? So if you want to play calls right here, it's not a bad idea, not terrible. Just understand you're not at the perfect S plus setup, which is at number 4 and at number 5, way down here. So of course, you're only going to go very light, $10, $15, $18. This is kind of like a little testing area, you could say. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, yes, but at the same time, you're at the 200. You're near reversal point number 2, so we've seen it do this on some days throughout the year. And then if we go to the supply and demand zones, you're right underneath or right at the bottom of the purple. Right there. So you could hold here for the call side. I suggest if you don't have no capital and you're waiting, just wait for number 4. Don't rush into the trade yet. If you have some extra capital, you could buy the calls now and test this middle flow. That's all you're doing right now. This is not a trade where you normally put a lot of money into in the first place. So any money you make from this is a blessing. That's how you should think of it. So remember, everybody, send me a picture as to how much money you're working with. just so I could start planning things a little bit better for you guys. Because since there's only 30 of us here, and in all honesty, only really 10 of us really be showing up every single day, the rest of everybody else just pops in just randomly. So for, you could say 15 people, 10 people, we're here every single day. So it's not that hard for me to look at how much money you have and help you progress. Like, this is literally the best way. Also, I'm gonna end up closing the Patreon so nobody else could join until we're done with the $1 million account and we go ahead and get the trading building. So again, I'm gonna close the Patreon so nobody else can join. So if you want family to join, just message me privately. And the reason why I'm doing this is because we don't need more people here. Now we have a good group, proper group, a smart group. Let's take you to the next level. And then when we're done with you, we'll go ahead and start allowing more people to join. For now, though, yeah, nobody could join. Thank you, Meech. Thank you, Terrence. You already did that, so you don't gotta send me a picture. Thank you, Will. Perfect. So again, you're falling down a little bit more. Now you're at number 2, which is an even better buy than the one I just gave you 2 seconds ago. Remember, Terrence, you're just going to wait for reversal point number 4. That's the only thing you're waiting for right now. If you have extra capital from last week, you could test the middle, which is where we're at right now. But realistically, it's not that A+, S++ setup. It's kind of like a C setup right now. Or like a D setup, you could say. So the trade can work. It can go your way. But just only if you have extra capital, extra profit. And that extra profit has to be from the last week or yesterday. So either last week or, this week, of course. That's fine. But nothing more than 2 weeks of capital. Because then you start resetting and start losing everything. As long as you can only, whenever you take a loss, it's kind of like what you made that previous day or 2 days prior. You should always be able to actually keep up with the losses. Because we're always going to have losses. We're always going to force a trade or force a new idea or test something different. And that's fine. It's just you got to do it accordingly in a logical manner. So we looked at Tesla, we looked at Intel, we went over the trades, I showed you how to make those charts. Yeah, today was awesome so far. Today was really, really good. What's going on here? By the way, I went crazy heavy on Tesla calls. I averaged down completely on the calls we had yesterday. Just went ahead and bought 100 more at the bottom. Did we buy everything? Yeah, we bought everything. So we have all the Tesla options now. We still have SPY puts right now that expire in September. So we have September 545 SPY puts that cost 470. We have 20 of those. And then for the Tesla calls, we have 120 350 calls that expire on Friday. So we're going to be a little aggressive with the cash account. We're going to see how crazy we could screw up. Let's take this account from 450,000. Right now you're at 50K. And then we're going to take it right back up to 450, maybe even 500K. That's the goal right now. The only reason why we did this, by the way, is because, again, we were sitting at number 5 to number 10 in the world basically the whole entire time. There was new people coming in. Old people were leaving. It was a cycle of just a lot of people, and we were still stuck at 5 to 10. So at least now this makes it a little bit more fun for us. Now it's going to be a real fight. Now, truly, only if I'm actually a good trader, only will I be able to actually take 50K and take it back up to 500K within, a week or two. We could probably do it within a day if we get some really good buys and sells, but SPY is just moving a little, we just gotta wait for it to start the next major move, and then we could start trading back and forth more efficiently. Right now, it's kind of like just more bearish than normal, So what that means is a little bit more one-sided. We gotta wait a little bit more. And remember, if you bought calls at number 2, you're gonna sell these calls once you hit up here, this number 2. You're gonna wait for it to jump above number 2, and then buy even cheaper calls for it to run up to 611, which is number 4. So again, you're getting calls above number 2 to continue to play to number 4, and then you're gonna buy the puts up here with your $1 million account. Or if we fall down first, you're just gonna let it fall, and you're gonna start buying calls at number 4 and number 5. This time, you're not going to be buying 15-day options. You're only going to be buying 1 to 3-day to 0-day options. So you could say 0-day to 3-day options. That's what you should be focused on when you hit the 4th and 5th reversal point today. Just because, again, the SPY is waiting to just snap out the sky. Hopefully, if all else goes right, if we're correct about the trend to the last day, we might be able to actually just get a $10 play and sell it for like $100, $200, $300, go up like 1,000 to 3,000%. That's kind of my real goal, honestly, is to get a 0-day on the day of the crash when it happens. Today we already bought the put. Oh no, yesterday we bought the puts already. So that's why we didn't get no puts yet. Especially on the $1 million account. I still haven't traded with it yet. Once we hit number 4 on either side, then I'm going to trade with the $1 million account. And again, the reason why we know the market can hold around this area and bounce right up to this top point now is because it's done this a lot throughout the year. Especially in the last like 2 months, we've been seeing it do that a lot. $606.80. Let's see if you could bounce up to 609 here. Looks like Tesla's holding right now. Let's see here. Oh my God, what did I just do? Control copy. Let's go ahead and paste this here. Oh wait, I gotta go into 5 minutes to paste it. Alrighty. So this is how the reversal points match up with the supply and demand zones. I'll leave it at this screen. I'm gonna go take a little jog around the block. Get the blood pumping. And then when I come back, what we're going to do is hopefully you should be near number 4, up or down. And then we'll be able to kind of get into that trade. So we're just going to wait for that. For now, everybody take a break. Don't even look at the charts. If you got a call right there at number 2, I'm telling you, just leave it. Leave it for a second. Don't touch it. If you were one of those people who bought a call now, if you're still waiting, like I said, when we come back from our break, we'll go ahead and buy. Our break is probably going to be like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So if anything crazy happens, just text my phone or call me. If anything crazy happens. Alrighty. By the way, I'm also going to start calling you all one by one now. And we're going to have a one-on-one while I'm just running around, honestly. just so I can see where everybody's at, see if I need to help anybody in any way, shape, and form. And we're going to keep doing this all the way to 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to do exactly what we used to do last year, which is be here 12 to 16 hours a day to teach. And that should allow us, honestly, hopefully, to get to $1 million together at the same time. As long as we just consistently have help for each other here, and we're always just leveling up together, and you don't get stuck behind, you don't take a large loss unnecessarily. As long as none of that happens, we all should get to $1 million within the next 20 to 30 days. So let's do it. That's the goal. Remember, that's the goal. Everybody at $1 million.